Fox Sports.
We are Black Horse. We are Sports Zone.
On a rainy night in Atlanta, we welcome you to Turner Field, where, if Mother Nature cooperates, we hope to have Game 1 of a 3-game series between the Philadelphia Phillies and the first-place Atlanta Braves. With Joe Simpson, Chip Carey with you at the ballpark. Partner, the skies opened up about 30 minutes ago, and it's still raining very heavily at the ballpark.
And when you're playing well, you want to play, Chip, especially when you know the other team, the Phillies, is not playing so well right now. They're 0-11, their last 11 road games, so they're wanting that tarp off the field. The Braves are, and they want to play tonight.
Rain, rain, go away, and we will do exactly the same. We'll send you to Driven, Chris Medlin's big league journey, and Joe and I will have updates from the ballpark as the weather situation warrants in just a little while. pitches to the infield here at Turner Field. We are moments away from baseball. We'll go to a quick break and come right back. Braves are ready to go, and they face the Philadelphia Phillies, who've lost 11 consecutive games on the road. Here's how Charlie Manuel's club lines up. Jimmy Rollins leads off their starting nine with Michael Young batting second at first base. Chase Utley, his new contract extension, is the second baseman. Dominic Brown, Darren Ruff, Cody Ashe at third base. Mayberry, Ruiz, and the always tough Cole Hamels pitches and hits ninth.
Julio Teheran makes his 23rd start of the year. His last 6 against the National League East. He's 2-1 with a 2.39 ERA, but he has not faced Philadelphia since September of 2011, and really in his career only 2 games and 1 start against Philadelphia in his career. He is 9-5 on the season with an overall ERA of 2.96.
So Jimmy Rollins, the shortstop, gets things started for the Phillies in the top of the first. And Julio's first pitch of the night is off the plate, ball 1. .858 the first pitch time. 74 degrees. And Rollins rips one into the right field corner on a big hop. That'll hit off the fence. And Hayward with a bare hand hustles it back to the infield, but not before Rollins doubles for the 22nd time to start the night.
Ford Keys pitching success for Julio Teheran. Well, we just mentioned that he hadn't pitched against the Phillies since 2011. Tonight, they're going to see a different guy. This guy believes he should be in the big leagues. He's been pitching like it. And as Brian McCann said a little bit in that bite with Tom Hart, he's been making good choices with his off-speed stuff. He knows where and when to use it, and I think that's been a key to his success since really the 4th or 5th start of the year.
He's already in some trouble with Michael Young up there, and Young sprays one foul. And your point about that Colorado game, if you can pitch against the Rockies in Coors Field against that lineup and in 30-degree weather and pitch as well as Julio did, I would think one would tell him you can pitch any place.
And it was a big milestone for him.
No balls, 2 strikes to the Phillies first baseman Michael Young. The Braves have pitched him awfully tough. Young 5 for 31 against Atlanta pitching. Missed a corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Chris Conroy is the home plate umpire for game one tonight.
And once the game starts, the game is in their hands in terms of the rain.
Swing and a miss. Young is out on strikes.
Julio's coming off a start against Washington. He beat them 2-1 up at Nationals Park. Good off-speed pitch there that got Young. 6 innings, 4 hits, just 1 run allowed to the Nationals. 2 walks and 4 strikeouts. The only run he allowed was on a home run.
Chase Utley hits for the first time tonight. He's at .278 with 15 homers and 45 knocked in. You know all about Chase Utley's lingering knee problems last season and what effect that had on him and the Phillies ball club. But whatever questions Philadelphia had about him offensively may have been answered in the first game of the season here at Turner Field. Utley homered, tripled, and singled home 2 runs. Braves, though, won the game 7-5 over Cole Hamels here on April Fool's Day. That's the last time the Phillies were here.
I think those knee injuries, though, affected his contract extension too. Only a 2-year deal with 3 option years that can vest if he achieves so many games played, at bats, etc.
They took a strike. That one in at 94. It's 2-1.
And that's usually the top end for Julio, usually around 92, 93. So a good pitch there in a good spot.
Julio battles back for a 2-2 count.
Here's where Utley is so smart, though, and such a good hitter. He knows already if he's done his homework on Tehran, how he likes to put hitters away with off-speed pitches like he did Young. And even on a 2-2 count, since it's early in the ball game, he may do a little guessing here and try to sit on something off speed.
He got the off-speed pitch but popped it up. Simmons at short drifts back, and Andrelton has plenty of room. Utley guessed right, but he missed it. And Rollins at second, now with 2 outs. Braves, as you know, did a number on the Phillies up in Philadelphia last week, as Philadelphia was shorthanded. This man did not play. Dominic Brown missed 11 games with concussion-like symptoms, and he's a big part of their offense. 26 homers and 75 knocked in. Good breaking ball, strike 1.
I know Dominic wanted to be healthy for this road trip since he's from Atlanta. Slow curve, 94 fastball, ahead 0-2.
Out of play, still an 0-2 count. A lack of offense has been a gigantic problem for the Phillies most of this season, and especially so during this 11-game road losing streak. They've scored 21 runs on the road in that stretch.
It's a nice average of 1.9 per game.
Still 2 for Brown. Charlie Manuel said might be the toughest stretch he's ever endured as a manager.
How about this? Starters ERA 7.58. Are you kidding? When you expect their ERA to be so low with a rotation that they should have started the season with.
But Roy Halladay went down early in the season with his shoulder problems, although Halladay's going to pitch Thursday. Amaro told me before the game he'll make his first rehab start for the Phillies in the low minor leagues, and he's hopeful of being able to pitch in the major leagues perhaps by the end of this month, if not the first week of September.
It'd be great for the Phillies. A needed shot in the arm.
Brown swings and misses.
How about that for some pitching, folks?
Rollins leads off with a double, and he's left stranded. The Braves up in the bottom of the first against Cole Hamels. As the Phillies fail to score in the top of the first inning, here come the Braves with a 40-16 home mark. Hayward, Upton, and Freeman first, second, and third. Good to see Brian McCann back in the lineup with Chris Johnson, Dan Uggla, B.J. Upton in center, Simmons at short hitting eighth, and Julio Teheran squaring off with left-hander Cole Hamels.
Cole Hamels has had a tough time of it. His team has scored 2 or fewer runs with him in the game in half of his starts, and he is 0-8 in those 12 starts. So kind of like Evaldi the other night. No runs to work with. It's hard to win.
And Jason Hayward's the man that greets him first.
Still throws hard. Still in the low to mid 90s with an excellent changeup and curveball.
Ground ball towards second. Utley from the cut of the outfield grass gets Hayward. And that's out number 1.
His 4 keys to success tonight. Don't be fooled by his numbers. He's been better than that. He's just been a real bad luck guy because of that run deficiency. He's actually pitched 5 innings or more in 66 straight starts for the Phillies, dating back to last season and beyond.
Justin Upton hits and takes outside. You're right about Hamels. What a turnaround for him. Last year, this man went 17-6 in 31 starts. As we mentioned, was the opening day starter for the Phillies on a staff that had Cliff Lee and Roy Halladay.
There's the circle change, and it's a good one. He's actually, this is hard to believe, but he's 5 times he's pitched 8 innings. He has no complete games, but 5 times he's pitched 8 innings this year. And of those 5 8-inning stints, he's lost 3 of them. He's 1-3. He's also got a good cutter off his fastball, too.
Two balls and a strike. And Upton pops it out of play. It's 2-2.
This month, a 1.20 ERA. 3 total runs scored for him in his last 2 starts. His last win was July 9th against Washington.
And that caught the outside corner, and Justin knew it. 2 up and 2 men down.
That looked like a cutter. His last start against the Cubs, he got no decision. He pitched 7 innings, gave up 2 runs, no walks, struck out 3. He got a no decision. The team lost 5-2.
Freeman pops the first pitch out of play, foul for a strike, and he's had good luck head to head with Hamels.
Yeah, like opening day this year. 8 for 26 in his career against him with 2 homers. He's also struck out 10 times against him.
Slow breaking ball pulled foul. It's 0-2 for Freeman. Freddie was on base 4 times yesterday, including a 3-run homer. So he sports a 4-game hitting streak. And with those 3 RBIs, that gives Freeman 11 games this year with 3 or more runs batted in.
Wow.
That's most in the National League.
That's a lot.
To short, Rollins to his right. Backhand stab and the throw to first in time. Ends the bottom of the first inning. We head to the second. Hamels and Tehran. No score after 1 inning. Will lead things off for the Phillies. Then Ashe, then Mayberry against Julio Tehran, who's off to a nice start. He allowed the leadoff double to Jimmy Rollins, but then struck out Michael Young and Dominic Brown to get out of trouble.
Hardy Philly fans coming out despite their troubles. It's still raining, by the way. Maybe even a little more than just lightly.
This is Darren Ruff hitting .280. And he looks at a ball low. 1 ball, no strikes. The Phillies released Delman Young last week, and Ruff has been the man that's manned right field. And what's funny about that, he has almost no professional experience in right field. Mile high fly ball. Upton will battle the raindrops. And he makes the chest high catch for out number 1.
Ruff just missed that. He is an excellent fastball hitter. If there's a scouting report on him, it would be similar to the terrific Clint Eastwood movie, Trouble with the Curve. His is trouble with the slider.
Here's Cody Ashe. Picked up his first big league RBI against the Braves on a ground out 10 days ago. He has 4 runs batted in total. A bouncer to second. Easy play. 2 outs. John Mayberry Jr. with 8 homers, 1 of them against the Braves this year, and 32 knocked in. Of statistical oddities, there are a lot of them when you look at this Phillies ball club. You mentioned their starting pitching ERA during this long road losing streak. How about the Phillies being 12th in the National League in runs scored this year?
Well, they really miss Ryan Howard at first base. Let's be truthful about that. They're missing one of their biggest bats, and probably will miss him for the rest of the year. There's a good chance he won't play the rest of the year. But even when he was in there, he was scuffling a little bit, not having a typical Ryan Howard season.
Oh, 0-2 to Mayberry.
Ben Revere has not given them what they hoped he would give them when they got him this winter to play center field and lead off every day. And now he's hurt. He did what Jordan Schaefer did to himself. He fouled the ball off his foot, broke a bone in his foot on a foul tip.
Just missed. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Mayberry. Thought that was good enough, but Chris Conroy thought it was low and outside.
Chris Conroy has not been around that long in the big leagues, but his reputation is that of a real good ball and strike umpire. That looked like it nicked the bottom of the zone.
Do it again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Third strikeout for Tehran. A 1-2-3 second. Still no score.
NLCS MVP, World Series MVP in 2008, the Phillies opening day starter. Chip and Joe read his resume. He is still really good. So the criticism nationally is that the Braves can't make hay against aces, 1 and 2 starters, the kind of guys you'll see in the playoffs and postseason. Well, here's how they stack up against the top 10 pitchers in the National League in wins, ERA, and strikeouts. All you need to win the World Series is a winning record. The Braves have that. The home runs per game versus the top 10 ERA men are just about the same. And the opponent's ERA against strikeouts, remember the Braves' big bugaboo, not only 4 games above 500, but doing damage against those aces as well. Guys, the question is, how many more aces will they face the rest of the way in a disappointing East?
That's a fair question, Tom. I would imagine we're going to see Wheeler and Harvey a couple of times for the Mets. We haven't seen Jose Fernandez yet.
Good chance of it, though. I mean, any of those guys in Miami, I'm convinced, are tough.
Got Samardzija for the Cubs. Still have a series left with Chicago. But what I'm encouraged about, those are the kinds of pitchers, Joe, you're going to see in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's great. Good tune-ups. Braves end the season with Philadelphia right here. And if things hold form right here, you hope you get to see Cole Hamels again.
He's ahead of Brian McCann, who's back in the lineup after a couple of days off with a sore knee. Brian told us yesterday that knee issue wasn't considered serious.
Something he wanted to get on top of because it was a problem at times last year.
Hamels just missed a corner. Full count.
Brian's had a lot of at-bats against Cole in his career. 57, I think, is the number. And he's hit 283 against him with 3 homers. And since he has come back from his shoulder injury, he has worn the Phillies out. 12 for 21.
McCann continues to hit the Phillies hard. That one's headed for the right field corner. Brian around first on his way to second, and he'll slide in with a double. th 2-bagger for Brian McCann. Ruff got to it quickly, but soggy track. McCann took advantage.
There's a couple of things at work here. One was a reaction from Cole Hamels, who looked in at his catcher Ruiz and pointed like I should have put it in an inside instead of outside. The other thing is, I don't think this is a double that Brian McCann tries to take if it's anybody else out there. But knowing that Roof's out there and the soggy track, he did the smart thing and kept going.
And as we've mentioned all night, with the Phillies' problem scoring runs, with the difficulty Cole Hamels has had in getting any kind of run support, an early run in this game would have to be huge for Atlanta. And who better to try to get it than the league's leading hitter, Chris Johnson. And he's going to advance McCann to third. Fundamental baseball, productive out. McCann at third, one out for Dan Uggla.
Beautiful baseball. Perfect guy, like you said, to have up there. I think more than anything else, Chip, because he's an inside-out guy. And very good at hitting the ball to the right side. Well done.
Dan Uggla now becomes the key man in the inning for the Braves.
Dan did this yesterday. First run for the Braves. When they were down 3-0, he delivered a sacrifice fly in the second inning. Showed you a home run hit by Freddie Freeman. Dan Uggla joined that hit parade that night too. Those are two of the three homers the Braves hit off of him.
That caught the inside corner.
Cutter. Still got to make a good pitch. And by making a good pitch, I mean put him away with something that he doesn't give Dan a chance to hit a fly ball with. Change up, perhaps.
And Dan missed it. 4-out number 2. And with 4 hits in his last 55 at bats now, is the second out of the inning, and B.J. Upton hits.
That was perfectly placed. I mean, just an excellent changeup, right off the top of the dirt, right over the center of the plate.
High and tight to B.J. Upton. Fly foul out of play. It's 1-2.
And see, he can still rush it up there if he needs to. That was 94 right in on his hands. Like I said, don't be fooled by a 4-13 record.
Both starters pitch around leadoff doubles. Terrans came in the first. Hamels works around McCann's second inning safety, and we remain scoreless. move to the third inning with no score. Delta Airlines is a proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. We'll be off on the Delta charter at the end of this homestand. We will head to New York and then to St. Louis. But first, we hope you'll join us on Sunday and celebrate Family Sundays with the Braves. Meet former Braves legends at Alumni Sundays and take part in Kids Run the Bases after the game. Fans can also enjoy up to 36% off gate prices with tickets starting as low as $10. Visit Braves.com/Sunday or call 800-745-3000 today. Mid-weekend here in Atlanta, the Washington Nationals are coming to town Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Like somebody had a Brock umbrella. Remember those?
Yeah.
Brock invented and marketed years and years ago.
Carlos Ruiz is the Phillies catcher and 8th place hitter. And he takes a called strike. Disappointing year for Ruiz. 13 RBIs. And just 8 extra base hits all season long. Popped up, foul ground near the tarp. Freeman is there and makes the play, 1 out.
Ruiz missed the first 50 games of the season for a suspension for PEDs.
And then another month with a bad hamstring.
Nice play right at the edge.
One to Cole Hamels. He's closing in on some nice round numbers in his major league career. He's 53 strikeouts away from 1,500 already. And 5 wins away from 100. He shoots one toward left center field. Upton on the run. Can't get there. And that's off the base of the fence. Cole Hamels on his way to second. He rounds. He's headed for third. The relay throw out of reach of Simmons. And Cole Hamels makes his way to third base with 1 out.
I thought BJ had tracked that down. Ran a long way for it. That hit his glove.
That's a triple all the way for Cole Hamels. And now Rollins, who's already doubled, hits with 1 out.
Long run. And looked like he got there and didn't grab it, at least from that angle.
Ball 1 to Rollins. Breaking ball is hammered to right, and that's going to drive home the first run. Jimmy Rollins is 2 for 2, and Hamels gives himself a 1-0 third inning lead.
Even though Julio has not pitched much against the Phillies, 1 start, 1 relief appearance, Jimmy Rollins has pretty much owned him. He's now 4 for 5 against him, with a home run and a double included.
There's your run, Cole Hamels. Tehran out of the stretch with Michael Young up there. Let's see if Rollins thinks about running. Braves think he might. That's popped up. Right side of the diamond, Freeman and Ugla. It'll be Freeman with the late signal. He calls for the fair catch and makes it. And Young is the second out.
Well, if Ugla was going to catch it, he's going to have to jump very high. Freddie had the reach on him.
As Joe mentioned, Utley might have looked for a breaking ball in his first at bat, got that pitch, but got under it and popped out. That was the second out of the first inning after Rollins had doubled to start the game for the Phillies. And a close play at first. Remember, Tehran has that excellent pickoff move.
8 pickoffs on the year. And he got back.
A little closer. And now Utley shoots one into center field. Rollins sprints around the second base bag, and he'll take third on Utley's 2-out single.
Like he just fought that one off. Target was away, but the pitch came in. And while he didn't get all of it, he was able to muscle it into center field. And with BJ playing as deep as he plays on a normal basis, Rollins took third with no trouble.
Dominic Brown struck out to end the first. How big has Brown's year been for Philadelphia this season? 23 home runs before the All-Star break, the second most by a Philly 25 years old or younger. Greg Luzinski hit 25 home runs before the break in 1975.
He's the guy, though, Dominic Brown, that has been getting some opportunities. He was kind of floating up and down between AAA and the big leagues. #1 prospect in our organization. It's been a little bit slow coming, but he's put it together this year.
Turned in a lot of extra work with Wally Joyner, who's on the Phillies staff as one of the Philadelphia hitting coaches. And Brown, who had 12 career homers entering this season, now stands in with 26 of them this year alone. Three balls and a strike. Now it's 3-2, and Utley will be off with the pitch. Hamels tripled to start the inning and scored on Rollins' single. Runner goes. The pitch is outside, and the Phillies have him loaded.
It's only a bad walk in the sense that he got ahead of him and couldn't put him away. He kept fouling off some good pitchers' pitches. And it still won't be a bad walk if he makes good pitches to Roof. And he can do that because, as I said, this guy really struggles with sliders. Got to be precise with the fastball, though.
He's a big, strong kid. 6 homers. And a strike. 6'3", 220 out of Omaha, Nebraska. No swing, even count. He got into 12 games last year with the Phillies. He had 11 hits and 33 at bats, 3 home runs. They were calling him Babe Ruth up at Citizens Bank Park. Made the jump from Double-A to the show last year after he hit 38 home runs with Reading last season in 139 Double-A games. Toward third, Johnson fields with a backhand, and the throw to first is perfect. Brown's walk doesn't hurt, but Hamels' triple sure did. He scores the game's first run. 1-0 your score. Run scoring hit. So Hamels with the lead. He's also the subject of our AT&T UVerse trivia question. Over the last 8 years, he's one of 2 lefties with 1,400 or more innings pitched in the National League. Who's the other left-hander to reach that mark?
Last 8 seasons. How long's Zito been with the Giants? 7?
Sounds about right. Andrelton Simmons starts off the Braves third and fouls one back. 1 ball, 1 strike. A soggy night. A steady drizzle from 5:30 has fallen on Turner Field. 1-1 pitch. Slow roller left side. Diving play. Ashe. And Simmons is out at first.
We heard some rave reviews today on Ashe's defense. It's kind of been a black hole for the Phillies for a couple of years. They don't get much production there. They've been running guys in and out, trying to find somebody to play third. That's why they signed Michael Young, and then of course Ryan Howard got hurt, so they moved Young over to first base, called up Ashe, and he's played well defensively, made all the plays.
Julio can hit a bit. His average at 250. One ball, one strike.
He certainly got that little area out there in right field squared off for himself. A bunch of his hits have been out there.
Hamels tied him up. Now 1-2. Duran is down on strikes. Hamels has 4 of those through 2 2/3 innings. And we go back to the top of the order. Hayward grounded out his first time up. Something that gives you hope is his work lately against left-handed pitchers. Jason has 11 hits in his last 22 at-bats against southpaws. He started the year 12 for 70 against them.
And hit the ball sharply his first time up, but right at Utley. He's just been more aggressive. Doesn't mean he's been a guy that won't take his walks. He has. But especially early in the count, he's been jumping on that first good pitch. Lefty or righty.
And scoring a ton of runs. 18 of them in the last 14 games. And sharply hit. Rollins can't get it. That's off the tip of his glove. And Hayward's thinking 2 out of the box. And he will slide in safely with a 2-out double. There's that aggressiveness. He lashed that pitch right past the Phillies shortstop.
Ball got to Jimmy Rollins in a hurry, so Jason was able to see it kind of skip off his glove, and he knew he had a chance for 2. Always does a good job of cutting the base on the corner. Chance for a little 2-out game-tying run here.
Justin Upton's the man that'll try to do that. He took a called third strike and knew it in his first at bat. Oh, 2. Here's a look at what 2 Braves have done since the All-Star break. Our Dodge Ram Trucks power stats.
Freddie Freeman since the All-Star break with the most RBIs, but Justin and Chris 3rd and 4th, or third, tied for 3rd.
ball, 2 strikes. We're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Phillies up an early run. And Hamels tried the outside corner, didn't get it. 2-2.
Tried a backdoor cutter, and he wanted it. He was headed to the dugout. So he missed on, or didn't get the call on what he thought should have ended the inning. So now he's got to make another pitch that might have to be a little better.
Little bloop behind first, but that's going to be caught by Young, and that will retire the side. Phillies hold their 1-0 lead. We head to the 4th inning. In front, the Braves and Waffle House have teamed up to give you a great offer to see your Red Hot Braves. Bring your Waffle House receipt to the Turner Field box office and get 2 outfield pavilion tickets for the price of 1 to any remaining 2013 game. That's a savings of up to $36.
Sounds like a good deal to me. Guys are earning their pay tonight. Ed Mangan and his crew out with a little resurfacing of home plate and the mound with some drying agent.
So it's safe to say the mound and batter's box are smothered and covered with Diamond Dry. After that Waffle House promo. All season long, Braves baseball on Sports South is being presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price. Every day. Joe Simpson, Tom Hart, Chip Carey with you. Game 1 between the Braves and the Phillies. Braves have beaten the Phils 6 out of 9 times so far. We're going to see them a lot here in the final 7 weeks of regular season play. And I think it's an open question about the fate of Charlie Manuel. As you mentioned, he's sitting on win number 999 in his big league career. This is the last year of his contract. He's the all-time winningest manager in the history of the Phillies and brought him a world championship a couple years ago.
He's made it clear he wants to come back. Ruben Amaro, the GM, said that it will be addressed at the end of the season.
So Teheran begins his warm-ups as the Phillies are up for the 4th inning. Ashe, Mayberry, Carlos Ruiz are due for the Phillies.
Braves have been the best comeback team in baseball all year. We'll have to do it again tonight.
Braves have 38 comeback wins this year, 18 of them in their last at bat. And 1-0 is the score. The run came home on a very odd play. Long run by B.J. Upton off the line drive hit by Cole Hamels. And it looked like it was chest high, just out of reach. And Hamels reached third base, so a one-out triple. Rollins brought him home with his second hit of the game for his 34th run batted in. We'll have game 2 of the series here tomorrow night, Joe. And here is your Chevron upcoming starting pitchers.
Ethan Martin's a hard thrower, one of their top prospects that they've called up to get some innings in and get a little big league experience against Chris Medlin, who has been pitching well in recent days. Looked like his old self his last time out on the road trip. He's up to 9 wins within a game of 500 after a tough start. Hope you'll be able to make your plans to be with us.
Yeah, September's come early for the Phillies this year. I'll explain after the first two. Cody Ashe. Of the 25 players on the Phillies Major League roster, 10 of them have spent some time this year at AAA Lehigh Valley. Well, she's one of them.
If either team wants to call somebody up, they don't have far to go. I think Lehigh Valley's at Gwinnett tonight.
That's a bouncing ball foul, even count. And in the Phillies bullpen, that minor league experience is even more pronounced. Every single member of the Phillies bullpen, with the exception of Jonathan Papelbon, spent some time in AAA this year.
And there are some that would say that, well,
yeah. How far is Lehigh Valley from Philadelphia? Jonathan's not had a particularly pleasant 2013 for the Phillies either. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Cody Ashe. And Tehran wipes him out with a 92-mile-an-hour pitch. Good start to the 4th inning. Julio's 4th strikeout tonight.
a lot of pitches in the 3rd inning after that 1-out triple.
Mayberry was strikeout victim number 3 for Julio tonight. Strike called, 0-1.
Good breaking ball. 81.
Carlos Ruiz is our Delta Airlines on deck batter. Despite a down year, he's always a threat against the Braves. And now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Missed the inside corner. And now the count's full for John Mayberry. Popped up. Simmons drifts out. And Anderton makes the play. That's the 2nd out of the inning. And here is Carlos Ruiz.
Dan's trying to catch pop-ups. Nobody will let him. Simmons calls him off. Freddie calls him off.
Well, maybe he'll get a chance with Ruiz up there. Line foul. Strike one. Be interesting to see what the Phillies do with Ruiz at season's end. A big player for them in postseason play. Couple of home runs in the Phillies' 2 World Series appearances in 2008 and 2009.
Love the way that Julio's working. He's down a run, but he's working in and out with all his pitches. Hard fastball away that he kind of pulled over into the left-handed batter's box. Comes back with a breaking ball that was right at Ruiz and missed inside. Trying to a front door breaking ball, if you will.
And as you mentioned, Phillies and Tehran haven't squared off since 2011. And clearly he's a different guy, much more mature pitcher.
Good pitch right there. Don't know what was wrong with that.
Bouncing ball to third. That's foul. And a full count. Strike 3. 5 strikeouts for Tehran. The heart of the Braves order coming up in the 4th. Down a run to Cole Hamels and the Phillies. This weekend, your last chance to see the Braves take on the Washington Nationals here in Atlanta. Catch Freddie Freeman and the Braves as they battle the Nats Friday, August 16th through the 18th. That series presented by AT&T. We hope you'll visit Braves.com/tickets or call 800-745-3000 today.
I'm expecting some big crowds for those 3 games.
Washington's won 3 straight, but they're 14.5 behind the Braves in the East. That's good for second place ahead of the Mets, Phillies, and the Marlins in that order. And Freeman didn't like that pitch call from Cole Hamels. Out to second. Utley to his right makes a perfect throw, 1 out.
To his right on the grass. He was trying to give Freddie Freeman another step or two to expand his range a little bit.
Brian McCann doubled. He has one of the Braves' 2 hits, and he's our SunTrust shining moment.
Good work over the last month plus. And that good work this year against the Phillies extends back to last year, too. 7 homers, 20 RBIs his last 19 games.
Hamels might have gotten away with a pitch.
Yeah, it was a cutter that didn't do much.
In the air, shallow center. Mayberry with long strides gets there. That's the 2nd out of the inning. Chris Johnson started play tonight at 336, tops in the National League. He's down a point at 335 now for the race for the National League batting title. Top hitters in the National League: Johnson first, Yadier Molina second, Michael Kadire third, Joey Votto, Alan Craig, Freddie Freeman, and Andrew McCutchen at 313. Gene Segura of the Brewers, David Wright, who's hurt, and Matt Carpenter of the Cardinals.
Just talking about Hamels or Tehran's good mix of pitches. Hamels doing the same thing. Came back on McCann after that cutter with a fastball in on his hands.
I know it's fashionable in the game in some quarters to discount pitchers' wins, and I guess conversely you discount pitchers' losses. Cole Hamels is a better man than 4-13. No run support. 17 game winner last year. He's allowed 2 runs, 2 earned runs or less in 6 of his last 7 starts. He's only won 2 of those. And one of your keys: don't be fooled by the record. Well, Hamels is pitching like a guy that's 13-4 tonight, not 4-13.
Yeah. Expected no less, though. Off a couple of signs for that changeup. Didn't make as good a pitch with it as he did to Ugla in the 2nd inning to strike him out with a runner at 3rd and less than 2 outs. That one was a beaut.
And Johnson swings and misses. And Hamels works a 1-2-3 4th. He'll bat first in the 5th, and he leads 1-0. by the Braves. Instead, it was Hamels who scored, and he leads 1-0.
Drove this ball to left center field. Looked like BJ had it tracked down, and I have to think that he thought he was going to catch it and should have caught it by his reaction when he got back to the dugout, because he was very dejected when he got back to the Braves dugout. That triple followed by an RBI single by Jimmy Rollins.
So that duo up again for Philadelphia. Hamels, Rollins, and Michael Young. Good cut. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sharply hit to left. But Upton's there. That's out number 1. Hamels 1 for 2. Now let's see if Julio can solve Jimmy Rollins, who's perfect at the plate. He's 2 for 2. Rollins, one of the more accomplished Phillies hitters in the history of their franchise. Second in their team history in extra base hits to Mike Schmidt. Third in stolen bases. Third in history with 1,226 runs scored for the Phillies. Third in their history with 107 triples. And tied Pat Burrell for 8th place on their RBI list with number 828 when he brought home Hamels tonight.
Not bad for a guy who's hit leadoff most of his career. And when you're first, second, or third, or top 5 in any category in this franchise, you've done some work. You've been around a while, as long as the Phillies have been in existence.
That one's hit to center. B.J. Upton is there, catches this one. That's out number 2. And 6 straight have been set down by Tehran. Here's Young. He's 0 for 2. Last time we saw the Phillies, a lot of folks were wondering if Michael Young was still going to be wearing the red and gray of Philadelphia. The Yankees and Red Sox were apparently interested in Michael Young. Obviously, that deal didn't take place, and Young playing first base for the Phillies now. Young's in the last year of his contract that was signed while he was with Texas, where he was a 7-time American League All-Star, won the Gold Glove at shortstop, a batting title in 2005, led the American League in hits twice, and had 6 seasons of 200 hits or better.
He's a great American League hitter. Kept changing positions for the Rangers because they kept adding new players. Elvis Andrews, Adrian Beltre, whatever the case.
Well hit to center. Upton goes back onto the warning track, and he'll have room. Young hit it hard, but Tehran has a 1-2-3 fifth. Bottom part of the Braves order's up, down a run.
Energy by Georgia Power and by AT&T. Chip and Joe with you on a rainy night in Atlanta. The Phillies have struck first. They lead 1-0 behind Cole Hamels. Joe, the bottom part of their order got it started. Let's see if the same holds true for the Braves in the fifth. Ugla, B.J. Upton, and Andrelton Simmons are due. Hamels has been sharp. He struck out 5. He's allowed 2 hits. And Ugla had a good cut, and it's fouled straight back.
Braves have 2 hits. They're both doubles. One was leading off. One was with 2 out. But Atlanta couldn't get McCann around to score after he led off in the second inning with a double.
When you're in a slide like Dan's in, I'm sure it feels like every time you pick up a bat, this is the count. No balls, 2 strikes. And he swings and misses. Hamels has 6 strikeouts. Five of them swinging. Here's BJ. Braves have a bunch of strikeouts stacked up back to back on the lineup between Ugla and B.J. Upton. Those two have struck out 3 times in as many at bats so far tonight. And Upton 0 for 9 after he had a nifty hitting streak snapped. Now to play foul to him. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Hamels done a good job of keeping his off-speed pitches down, as demonstrated there by that one in the dirt. But if he makes any kind of mistake down and in to BJ, it might be a tie game.
A walk wouldn't hurt. 3 balls and a strike. High strike. Upton was on his way to first. 3-2.
At the zone.
Just short. Rollins loads up. Gets Upton by a step. That's the second out. 6 up, 6 down for Hamels since Hayward's 3rd inning double. And here's Simmons. PHI robbed him of a hit in the 3rd inning. Cut, strike 1. Off his thumbs and squibbed out to second, and Utley with the underhanded flip retires the side. We're through 5 in Atlanta. The Phillies lead 1-0.
listen, earlier today, Paul Mahalem got some work in a simulated game, throwing to Joey Turdoslavich and Paul Janish, trying to get as much work in as he could. He told me afterwards that he felt great. He threw about 80 pitches, which he equated to 6 innings, up and down and taking breaks between the simulated innings. You saw 9-9 on the season. There are some options that the Braves have when it comes to working Mahalem back into the rotation if that's what they decide. But before that happens, a likely rehab assignment that could come as early as Saturday. Then after that, his turn would come up in the rotation on that road trip in St. Louis, perhaps Saturday night. Guys, adding to the confusion as to how you fit an extra guy into the rotation if you wanted to go to 6. If there are 3 off days over the next 3 weeks. Now, once the Braves get into the month of September, there's only 2. It was estimated that the Braves could then decide to go to a 6-man rotation at some point, see who's throwing well as they try to ramp up towards, hopefully, the postseason.
Thank you, Tom. That's a good report. And I guess another thing, Joe, you could do is maybe piggyback guys.
What's that mean?
Have a starter start, go 4, have a designated relief guy come in and be the long guy in the game if the situation warrants. If you want to get work for 6 starters with a lot of off days. And of course, September's right around the corner too, where you'll have some call-ups. Join the pitching staff and the bench as well.
Certainly the opportunity to rest a starter some coming down the stretch will be a nice luxury for Freddie and Roger to have. That home field advantage will still be in play, I think, for the rest of the season. It's still pretty tight right now and will be, because we don't expect Pittsburgh to go away now. They've hung in there this long. So it's going to be, as Freddie said earlier this year, when it looked like Beachy was going to come back before he did, he said things have a way of working their way out, and they certainly did, unfortunately for Tim Hudson.
And the race for home field advantage in the National League stands at a 1.5 game lead for the Braves. The Braves with 72 wins, the Pirates with 70, Pittsburgh with 1 more loss than Atlanta. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Chase Utley. He's the Phillies' 3rd place hitter and is 1 for 2 in the game.
I'll say this, if I'm a starting pitcher, if I'm starting the game, I want the opportunity to pitch as long as I can and win the ball game. I don't want to go out there for 4 innings and let somebody else take over.
Maybe they go 5.
Yeah, well, I think whatever they do, they'll do it in such a way as everybody still pitches in their normal work.
I was listening to John Schuerholz on the MLB Network radio channel coming to the ballpark today. He was on with Jim Bowden, who hosts an afternoon show, and John talked about what we're sort of all dancing around for the Braves, and that is, how do you manage a big divisional lead as Utley pulls one into right field for a leadoff single, his 2nd hit of the game, and snaps a streak of 7 straight retired by the Phillies. Yes, granted, we have the home field advantage battle with the Pittsburgh Pirates, but as you said, rest this time of year or into September is going to be very important, but rest can often turn to rust. And with a 14.5 game lead in the division, John Schuerholz said that's going to be the challenge for Freddie Gonzalez, his coaching staff, and these players to find that very delicate balance.
I know there's examples of teams that have coasted in to win and probably played well in the postseason. I'm sure that there is an exception to every rule, but I feel as a player, you want to be playing your best baseball going into the postseason. The Cardinals are a great example of that 2 years ago when they snuck in instead of the Braves and took that good play of theirs down the stretch right into the World Championship.
Dominic Brown shoots one to center. BJ hardly had to move, makes the catch. Utley back to first with 1 out.
I know that it will be imperative and probably really just right in the front of the mindset of Freddie Gonzalez to keep his guys sharp, keep them battle tested as postseason approaches.
John said the exact same thing. He sounded, as he always does, very presidential on the radio show. He said there's no on-off switch. Well, we'll just take a couple weeks off, get everybody rested, and then put them back in the lineup and expect sharp play. This game doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't.
Darren Ruff down a strike. And now he's down another one. 0-2 the count. Late start tonight at Turner Field. We had an hour and 48-minute rain delay before the first pitch. We've reached the bottom of the 10 o'clock hour Eastern time. The Phillies scored the game's only run in the third inning. Cole Hamels tripled and came home on a Jimmy Rollins RBI single. Julio Teheran's pitched well. He's scattered 5 hits. But it's his turn, at least so far tonight, to be on the short end of the run support column. That's because Cole Hamels has been exceedingly sharp for the Phillies. He's struck out 6 men in his first 5 innings tonight. He's given up just 2 hits. Oh, up and in, and that hit rough. Julio has hit his share of batters and then some. First and second with 1 out.
That was a changeup that got away from him.
That's the 12th man Teheran has plunked.
Just came out of his hand sideways, and fortunately Ruff got his head out of the way, got him on the shoulder.
Cody Ashe is the Phillies' third baseman. Not Kobayashi. No balls and a strike.
Yeah, I thought the Phillies had added a player from the Japanese league when we were in Philadelphia, and Chip said Kobayashi was up.
This ball's driven deep to right. Hayward is back. He's at the fence, and he's not going to get it. Ashe says sayonara. A 3-run homer breaks it open for the Phillies. It's 4-0. His second big league homer. And that's something the Phillies haven't gotten much of on this long, miserable road streak.
Cole Hamels certainly hasn't.
Strike 1 to Mayberry. Phillies had hit just 4 homers in their last 11 road losses. A big one there by Ashe extends the lead to 4-zip. Nothing in 2. swing. 1-2 now.
Close. Got 3 straight sliders to him.
There's another breaking ball. Mayberry missed it. And that's the second out in the 6th inning.
Likely the last inning for Tehran. He'll be leading off the bottom of the inning. In his last start when he beat Washington, he worked 6 innings and threw 90 pitches. He's thrown 92 tonight.
Ruiz a hitless night so far. And he looks outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Even count now, 1-1. Keep an eye on the scoreboard for you. Royals beating the Marlins tonight. That's 5-2 Kansas City in the 7th inning. Boy, the Royals are hot. They've won 16 of their last 19 games and 7 consecutive series. Fly ball left center. Upton long run. Still going. He'll track that one down. And he makes the play to retire the side. A 3-run homer by Cody Ashe extends the lead for Cole Hamels. It's now 4-0 Phillies. Nothing lead. Let's get back to our AT&T U-verse trivia question. It was a trivia question posed by the birthday girl, Gretchen Caney. Celebrating her 29th again today. Over the last 8 years, Cole Hamels, one of 2 lefties with over 1,400 innings pitched in the National League. Can you name the other?
I'm going to stick with Barry Zito.
Barry Zito's a good guess. Ted Lilly, Chris Capuano come to mind. I'm going to say Chris Capuano.
Sorry, Paul. Our bad.
So Tehran's night is indeed finished, and the man we spoke of in our opening commentary gets a chance to pinch hit, Joey Trdoslavich. Very impressive numbers off the bench for the Braves rookie. jumps all over the first one and pops it up into left center field. Mayberry to his right gets there, and that's out number 1. The most impressive stat for Trdoslavich in the last 14 games in which he's played, the Braves have won. Well, let's see if they can come back tonight. But they're running out of outs. One away in the 6th. Hamels finally has a lead.
A wealth of runs for him tonight, equal to what he had gathered collectively over his last 3. Big 3-run homer from Ashe.
Just 2 hits allowed by Hamels, one of them to Jason Hayward. His was a 3rd inning double.
He's had it all working tonight. 94 fastball at times, good changeup, his cutter.
Too tight. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sayala will be the next Braves pitcher.
One of the things that's helped Jason and added to his success against lefties lately is he's got the plate covered. He's not pulling off any pitches. Hit balls the other way that are away from him.
And when you're doing that, you're seeing the ball real well. That's Hayward at his best. He's foul line to foul line tonight. And another hit against a left-handed pitcher. That gives him 13 hits in his last 24 at-bats against lefties.
That was really a good at bat too. He was behind 0-2. Fastball down and away. Head down on it. Good finish that way. Good at bat.
Jason's got to be around 250 now, doesn't he? Had a long, steady climb for his batting average. Takes inside. Yeah, Hayward's now at 251 officially. His 2 for 3 nights so far. See if Hamels can pitch himself into some trouble here. Big boppers are coming up for Atlanta in the 6th. 3rd time through the lineup.
First 2 times up tonight, he was behind in the count and had to try to fight Hamels off. Wasn't successful in doing that. Now he's got a hitter's count.
Two balls and a strike.
Back-to-back change-ups. Got a hit in the count. Justin did. He's looking for a fastball to drive out of here, cut into the lead, and Hamels a 2-0 change, a 2-1 change, and had him way up front.
Fouled away, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nice to get a couple runs off Hamels here and think about that Phillies bullpen. It's had its share of problems, but it's a 4-0 game. Now full count.
First 2 changeups were out away from Justin where he could see him pretty well and thought he could get him and couldn't reach him. That one was right down the middle of the plate, but too short of the plate, so no reason to offer.
Let's see what he has in mind on a full count pitch. Strike 3 called. Another changeup.
Well, that was right there.
Behind in the count, Hamels threw changeups, not fastballs, and Upton has struck out looking for the second time. Now Freddie hits with a runner at first and 2 out. And he backed away from ball 1.
His strikeout high for the year is 11. He did that in 7 innings against Miami in June and won that game.
Off the knuckles of Freeman foul. It's now an even count. Tipped into the glove of Carlos Ruiz, and now the Braves down to their last strike in the 6th inning.
It's like he's throwing more cutters to the left-handers than the right-handers, trying to run it away from the barrel of their bat. Did that to McCann his last time up. Freddie's the cover boy of the new Atlanta Braves souvenir program. Just came out. Cool thing about this is you don't have to be at the ballpark to get it. Good stories in here about Evan Gattis, Brian McCann, and Justin Upton. You can go to Braves.com/authentics. Is that right? Yeah. Braves.com/authentics to get your program.
Swing and a miss. Freeman is retired on strikes, and Cole Hamels pitches out of some trouble in the 6th inning. He'll start the 7th up 4-0. Let's see if the Braves bullpen can shut him down and the Braves bats can do some damage late in this ball game. We are with you at Turner Field, where all season long Braves baseball on Sports South is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price every day. Julio Teheran is out after 6 innings, allowing 4 runs, 6 strikeouts, a walk, and 6 hits. And the AT&T call to the bullpen is answered by right-hander Luis Ayala.
17th game for Luis. Pitched in one of the games against Miami over the weekend. 2/3 of an inning was all he worked, but was in 2 games at Philadelphia. In that series on the road, worked a total of 2 innings, 1 hit, no runs, a walk and a strikeout. And you know Cole Hamels is going to hit for himself, because there's nothing that Charlie Manuel dreads doing more than anything other than going to his bullpen. So Hamels may be in there for the duration.
And the Phillies trying to snap an 11-game road losing streak. They're also trying to earn victory number 1,000 for Charlie Manuel tonight. And the first pitch from Ayala is too high. 1 ball, no strikes. Now an even count. Reds beat the Cubs tonight. 2-0 was the final score at Wrigley Field. Cincinnati got Ryan Ludwig back. He got hurt opening day, you might recall. It's a much needed win for Cincinnati. They're in that tight Central Division race in the National League. A game and a half behind the Cardinals now for 2nd place in the Central. Pittsburgh is idle tonight. They had a rough series against the Colorado Rockies. Full count now to Hamels with nobody on or out. Mets lead the Dodgers 2-0. That game's in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, they're closing in on the Nationals for 2nd.
2 games behind Washington is Terry Collins' club. How about the Dodgers, though, Joe? I said it jokingly yesterday. Are they ever going to lose again? They took care of the Tampa Bay Rays in their just completed series. They're 37-8 in their last 45 games. The only Dodger team to ever match that kind of run over 45 games was the 1953 Brooklyn Dodgers. And when I tell you that a couple of the names that played on that team, you can understand why the 53 team went 37-8 as Ayala walks Hamels to start the inning. Jackie Robinson, Roy Campanella, Pee Wee Reese, and Duke Snyder played on that team in Brooklyn.
Dodgers are getting great pitching. I mean, they're scoring runs too and giving their pitchers a chance to work. But to do what they did to that Tampa team in LA, just worked them over. That's pretty impressive.
Well, there are some who are touting, and I know your feelings on this, but there's some who are touting Clayton Kershaw as perhaps an MVP for the Los Angeles club. Pitched great yesterday. Here's Rollins, runner at first, and Jimmy takes a strike. It's 0-1. Kershaw leads the National League with a 1.88 earned run average. Leads the league in innings pitched. He's 2nd in strikeouts, 2nd in complete games. As Rollins hits one slowly out to 2nd, Simmons glides and guns and gets Rollins. Braves turn a slick double play to clear the bases. Michael Young will hit with 2 outs.
Might have to look and see if Anderson still has his foot on the bag, but the call went his way, so it really doesn't matter. He knew he had to hurry with Rollins running, and the ball wasn't hit hard, so he took that throw well to the first base side of the bag On the toss from Ugla. Close enough.
That is the true phantom cam.
Mm-hmm.
Young fouls one back to the screen.
Yeah, close enough.
20,676 in attendance tonight. Thank you for staying with us late on this Monday evening in Atlanta. Bad news, though. The Phillies lead 4-0. Pop fly foul by Young. He's behind 0-2.
Doesn't he have a real bad road stretch going, kind of a 5 for 50 or something on the road coming in? Thought I read that somewhere.
Well, earlier this year, he had more double play balls than RBIs, which is not really a good stat to have.
Not with a new team, no. Luis really seems to be throwing sidearm more tonight. He's not able to get on top. Not that he really throws from on top, but his arm slot's a lot lower.
Bouncing ball out to short. Simmons has it. And this side is retired. And we go to the 7th inning stretch. It's 4-0 Phillies. Rainy night in Atlanta. Julio Teheran started for the Braves. He got his share of strikeouts. But Cole Hamels has been better for Philadelphia. He has a triple. He has a run scored. Cody Ashe's 3-run homer, a big blow in the game. And as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning, it's a 4-0 Phillies lead, as you'll see on our Jaguar game summary.
Yeah, the home run hit by Ashe looked like a fastball that was down a little bit, put a quick swing on it, and the big blow of this game.
Brian McCann, Chris Johnson, and Dan Ugla coming up in the Atlanta 7th. Fly ball to right. Not playable. Ruff is there and has it, 1 out.
A little off the end of the bat. Cole Hamels is 12-8 lifetime against the Braves. 5-5 in this ballpark, including the loss on opening night this year. And his last 6 haven't been too good. So 0-2 with a 5 ERA here. So tonight, a real exception to his recent work here.
And as badly as Hamels' luck has turned this season, his partner in rotation, Cliff Lee, has been outstanding. He's won 10 games. He's 10-5. Kyle Kendrick is 10-9. Mentioned Roy Halladay. If Roy Halladay can come back and show the Phillies something in September, maybe they bring him back next year. With a healthy Ben Revere, with a healthy Ryan Howard, with Dominic Brown and Jimmy Rollins, I think it's safe to say that if those things all fell right for the Phillies, whether Charlie Manuel manages this team next year or not, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with again in the division. As Johnson lines one over the glove of Chase Utley. It didn't stick. And Chris has his first hit. It comes with 1 out in the inning.
Just fought it off like he's so good at doing when he's behind in the count. It looked like that hit right off the top of Chase Utley's glove. Right off the end of the bat. Good leap by Utley. Just couldn't hang on to it.
Hamels has had Uggla's number. He struck him out twice. 1 ball, no strikes.
Freddie Freeman was talking the other night about how this team's been so good, the Braves coming from behind, because no matter how many runs they're down or what stage of the game, they know that somebody, everybody that steps up there is capable of hitting one out of the park.
That certainly applies to Uggla, who's 6th in the league with 21 home runs this year. And a shot here would cut the Phillies' lead in half. It stands at 4-0. Dan's already hit 3 home runs against Phillies pitching so far in 2013. Two and two. That's Cole Hamels like tonight.
2-1 on strikes to balls too.
That's been a pattern. He gets behind. He throws that changeup, doesn't he?
And he threw it to Justin. Remember, struck him out looking in the 6th. With a runner at first, 1 out.
Will he do it here with a full count?
Yep.
He did. And Uggla didn't swing. A 1-out walk, and all of a sudden, Braves have a threat. 2 on, 1 out.
His first walk. 2-1 strike to ball ratio, keeping him ahead in the count a lot tonight.
Here's a good spot for Upton's first hit of the game. 2 on, 1 out. Potential tying run in the on-deck circle for the Braves. 38 comeback wins for Atlanta this year. They're going to come back against Hamels late.
Good cut at that fastball.
One ball, one strike.
No one loosening in their bullpen as we figured.
Sharply hit. Rollins, though it's short. Feeds Utley, and a double play. BJ hit a rocket, but right at Jimmy Rollins, and the Braves are out of luck in the home half of the seventh. Phillies through 7. They lead 4-0. Cole Hamels has scattered 4 hits. Hamels scored a run. Ashe hit the 3-run homer. And the Phillies 6 outs away from snapping an 11-game road losing streak tonight. Julio Teheran started for the Braves. Luis Ayala followed. Now it's Scott Downs' turn to pitch. He'll go after Utley, Brown, and Ruff in the top of the 8th.
48 games combined between the Angels and the Braves. Scott last worked 3 days ago against Miami. Just a third of an inning, though. Gave up a hit, no runs, had a strikeout. He too pitched in 2 games at Philadelphia. 2/3 of an inning each time, and did not give up a run.
So Chase Utley bats, and one of the other things that makes Chase such a special player is his ability to hit lefties. He's 15 for his last 50 against left-handed pitchers, and 2 for 3 tonight against Tehran. Strike one. To second, and Ugla smothers that and takes care of Utley. Downs off to a good start in the 8th. 1 up, 1 man down. Here's Brown. Dominic has struck out, lined out, and walked. Offer to that ball before it hit him. Strike one on the foul at the plate.
Brown third in the league in homers, fourth in runs batted in. And the count even now, a ball and a strike.
You asked earlier, where would they be without this guy? They might be in last place. He's had some big hits for them this year. And very consistent too, especially that first half.
And for the Phillies to get some production from a homegrown player, that's really important. And frankly, it's been really rare because, well, the Phillies have gone for it and have won a World Series championship. To get guys like Lee and Halladay and others, they've really had to deplete their farm system. So for Brown to finally make the leap is a real bright spot in what's otherwise been a disappointing Phillies season. And he's down on strikes. Down gets him. 2 up and 2 men down.
Time for Georgia Power Energy Tip number 13. Jose Constanza, number 13. With Georgia Power's Home Energy Improvement Program, customers can get up to a $300 rebate for making qualifying attic insulation upgrades. To learn more, go to georgiapower.com/home improvements.
Here's Ruff. To the right side, Freeman leads, downs beautifully, and Scott to the bag in time. Ends the 8th inning in order. Four 4-0 lead. Cole Hamels' night is finished, but not before Joey earns our Zaxby's indescribably good play honors.
He's pitched a great ball game. He has really mixed his pitches well. He's had a good fastball. He's used that breaking ball sparingly because he hasn't really needed to use it. But he's used a fastball, changeup, and his cutter, and has struck out 8, only walked 1 batter, and firing a 4-hit shutout going into the 8th inning.
My mistake. I thought Hamels was on his way out of the game. We had the shot of him in the dugout. Hair all mussed, cap off, headed down the steps. Maybe just to go cool off. He's going to stay in, and at 100 pitches with a 4-run lead and the Phillies bullpen issues, why not?
And he may throw 200 if that's what it takes. We're talking about the team and players that they could have back next year, specifically the pitchers. But they got to do something about their bullpen. They have to address that in the offseason.
Well, it's certainly an open audition for him this year. As Simmons pops one foul over by the Braves dugout, now to play.
That was an emergency swing.
Changes for the Phillies. Michael Martinez is into the game to play center. And John Mayberry moves from center to right. Dominic Brown's still out there in left field. And Simmons behind, no balls, 2 strikes. In the Phillies bullpen, Jonathan Papelbon is the veteran closer. But every other member of their bullpen has spent some time this year at AAA. And so for a club that will probably have jobs open in relief, lots of chances for those guys to impress Ruben Amaro, who's with the Phillies on the trip. He's their general manager. 1 ball, 2 strikes. In the air to center, Martinez is there, and he's got it.
One of the few mistakes he's made with an off-speed pitch tonight. He got away with it. With a hanging curveball.
Here's Gerald Laird. Haven't seen him in a while. Gerald, as you know, was sidelined with kidney stones. And was just activated off the disabled list this weekend.
Talked to Reed Johnson a couple of days ago about his stint on the disabled list and how his foot was doing, foot/Achilles tendon, and said it was still a little sore, but it was getting better. And they're just trying not to rush it. They want to make sure it's good.
Laird drives one deep left center. Martinez, and on the warning track is there, and he's got it for the second out. One of the hardest hit balls of the night for the Braves off the bat of Gerald Laird.
Charge in it.
So the final hope of the inning is Jason Hayward. He's our Georgia Lottery hitting the jackpot. More good work from Jason, batting first tonight.
2 for 3 tonight. His last 15 games in the #1 spot, hitting .393, hitting .224 in other spots in the order compared to his .367 batting first overall. Really had a good at bat and a good swing his last time up.
It's funny watching a team develop over the course of a 162 game schedule. All the different lineups that Freddie Gonzalez has used. Andrelton Simmons was the Braves leadoff hitter. Well, Jason Hayward's turned into that leadoff hitter, and he's been outstanding in that role. A 2 for 4 night for him. Hamels broke his bat to end the 8th, and we go to the 9th, down 4-0.
He's gone 8 innings 5 times. He's lost 3 of those. He might go 9 tonight. He's part of the offense early. Sliced this one to left center. Somehow got past BJ for a triple. Jimmy Rollins drove him in. And then take a look at this pitch. This is a good pitch from Tehran on the home run ball. Good fastball in. Boy, Cody Ashe just dropped the barrel on it. Turned on it. Good swing.
You compared his swing to Chase Utley's. I can see why.
No, somebody else said that it drew a comparison between his setup. I don't know that he's anywhere near Chase Utley yet, but his setup when he sets up in his stance, it looks very reminiscent of Chase Utley, and that's a good place for him to start.
Similar results with that long home run to extend the Phillies' lead as we go to the 9th inning. Anthony Bavaro's on for the 47th time for the Braves. And he'll face Ashe to get things started. Anthony worked a scoreless 9th inning against Miami yesterday. He jumps all over the first pitch, does Ashe, and it'll drop in front of B.J. Upton. And a leadoff single for the Phillies' third baseman gets the 9th inning started. He was 0 for 10 against Braves pitching until the 6th inning homer. Now he's 2 for his last 2.
And was 1 for 10 in their series with Washington.
Hitless night for Mayberry. He's 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts.
Four times they've had their leadoff man on tonight.
One ball, one strike. Mayberry a little late. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
They've had some good luck with him tonight on changeups. Phillies as a team have only thrown 3 shutouts this year. With their pitching staff, that's amazing. But again, they've been missing Roy Halladay virtually the whole season.
The other side of that is, surprisingly, the Braves have been shut out 13 times. This will be number 14 unless they can push across something in the bottom of the 9th inning. They'll have the 2, 3, 4 hitters coming up. First, Mayberry to face a 2-2 pitch. We'll do it again. Runner goes, swing and a miss, and McCann drops the baseball. Ashe will take second on the stolen base. Mayberry's down on strikes for the third time in 4 trips. Now a new set of signs with a runner in scoring position and 1 out.
First major league stolen base for Ashe.
Carlos Ruiz is 0 for 3. And as you'd expect, Cole Hamels is on deck. Up the middle, a base hit for Ruiz, and Ashe will fly around third and score. That makes it a 5-0 Phillies lead. Carlos Ruiz drives in his 14th run.
I didn't have time to get it out, but he's always been a first pitch fastball, good first pitch fastball hitter. And he comes through again in that situation on the first pitch.
So for the Phillies, who have scored 21 runs in their previous 11 road games, they've plated 5 tonight.
Best night of his big league career for Ashe.
Way upstairs, Hamels showed bunt. 1 ball, no strikes. Hamels gets the bunt down. McCann makes the play. Runner to second, 2 outs. Score that 2-4 on the sacrifice. Ruiz in scoring position with Jimmy Rollins. Rollins doubled and brought home the game's first run in the 3rd inning with an RBI single. He has since flied out and bounced into a double play.
And they've done a good job with runners in scoring position tonight. They've gone 3 for 7, including the 3-run homer by Ashe. Braves are 0 for 5 in that category tonight.
Two balls, no strikes to Rollins. Good cut. 2-1.
Eight hits for the Phillies tonight, a lot for them lately too, and 3 of them for extra bases. Double, a triple, a homer.
Anthony's, Rollins took it. 2-2. Line to center. BJ's got it, and the side is retired. Last call for the Braves in the 9th inning, down 5 runs. Upton, Freeman, and McCann coming up, the 2-3-4 hitters for the Braves. It is 5-0 Philadelphia. They're trying to end their long road losing streak. Charlie Manuel 1 win away from his 1,000th as a Major League manager. And Joe, the Braves starting staff, which has been so good over the previous 17 games, this score holds. Julio Teheran will be the first Braves starter to earn a loss in the last 18 games.
Yeah, they've gone 11-0 over that stretch. Most home run feature, the most home runs in the National League from the 7th inning on. The Braves with a large advantage there over everybody else, 45. They're going to have to get some base runners tonight and then hit a couple.
Justin Upton starts the ninth. And Hamels has had his number. He's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, both looking. There's a start. If it stays fair, it did. Upton digs for second. The throw's off target, and Justin leads off the ninth with a double.
Like a mistake with an off-speed pitch. Remember, I said he got away with one to Simmons last inning. Yeah, he left that one up and out over the plate. Fortunate it was just a double. But as Chip said, that's a start.
With that extra base hit, the Phillies bullpen begins to work. And it is Jonathan Papelbon. Here's Freeman. He yanks one into the seats foul. It's 0-1. As an old pal of ours used to say, this game's not over because the Phillies may have to go down there. You know, there being their bullpen. Strike 2 to Freeman. The Phillies bullpen 22 for 35 in saves this year.
No real stressful innings for Hamels except the second inning, a leadoff double. Chris Johnson got McCann to third, and then he got a couple of strikeouts to get out of it. It's the last time the Braves had a runner to third base, the only time.
Freeman lines, but right at Rollins. Great idea, but Jimmy had him played perfectly for the first out. That's 2 balls that the Braves have hit in the late innings right at the Phillies shortstop. Freeman and B.J. Upton.
He had really worked Freddie's thumbs over, pitching him inside, and then went away, and it got him to hit it at somebody. Fortunate there.
Strike 1 to McCann.
They don't put how many pitches is a season high for Cole Hamels in any of his starts, but I have to guess that this is it right here.
Approaching 120 of them with 1 out in the Braves' ninth. One ball, 2 strikes.
Chan looked it up for us. 118 is actually the high, and he's 1 pitch away. Oh, he's right on it. Beg your pardon.
Swing and a miss by McCann. 9 strikeouts for Hamels. And the Braves are down to their last out. Chris singled in the 7th. Part of his 1-for-3 night. That's driven down the right field line. That might stay fair. It did stay fair. And that bounces over the fence for a double. Hamels loses the shutout on a double by Chris Johnson, who has his 40th multi-hit game of the year. It's a 5-1 game now.
'48th RBI for Chris. Charlie Manuel still draped over the railing. He's not going out to get him. Fastball. Supposed to be outside. He's getting a little tired. Wasn't able to spot that one as well as he would like to. Good swing again. The opposite field by Johnson.
Braves still alive, but down 4 runs for Ugla. And he looks low. That's bounced off the plate. Ashe charges, throws on the run, and in time somehow Young held the bag. A milestone victory for Charlie Manuel, his 1,000th in the big leagues. The Phillies snap their 11-game road losing streak behind Cole Hamels' complete game 5-1 victory.